Testing, test, 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 test. Is that better? Hello, hello. Testing. Much better? Okay, good, good, good. All right. I don't know what the problem is. Maybe it's the Bluetooth. I had to disconnect the Bluetooth from my hearing aids. I've had this before, and people have said I sound like Donald Duck or garbled or static. So, okay, much better. What did I do? I just ended the live and came back on again. So this is my microphone. This is what I'm using. Okay, good, good, good. All right. All right, honey, well, you can watch me. If you stay out here, since you don't fish with me, no, don't go, okay, bye. Just leave it on. That'll be good for my analytics if you just sit and watch, or at least leave it on, okay? Leave your tab open and come back and check on me. Okay? Okay, fine. What's this beyond the bedside? Beyond the bedside. What does that mean? Beyond the bedside. Tell Jordan to watch me also, and leave the tab open. Yeah, I know. It's like I don't get it. Beyond the bedside. So you mean there's more than what I do at the bedside? Is that it? Am I going to reveal to the world your and I's dilemma? Beyond the bedside. If only you were on the bedside. Boy, what a dream that would be. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to. Think about it. Well, you tell me. What does the name mean? Fill in the blanks, honey. Oh, you're talking about nursing. Oh my gosh. It's like totally on a different page than you. Oh my gosh. Hello. How are you? Oh, hey, Etole. I just started, nothing yet. If anything, there was some creature that revealed itself and made a big splash in front of my boat. But other than that, he wasn't after my bait. I just happened to be heading out from the dock or the launch and then heading out to open water, and this big splash in front of me. So I stopped, and that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of chasing that splash to see if I can rear whatever it was head again and see if it'll take the bait, literally. How are you, Mr. or Mrs. Etole? What part of the world are you coming from? New Jersey myself. Well, at least people can hear me now. 5 people, come in. Don't skip. Whatever 5 people are out there, just stop. Come on in. Have a chat. I have a feeling, though, this weather is perfect for bass. So I just got to find them. Etole, fine. Whereabouts are you? Am I saying your name right? Itoli? Itol? Okay. If I find something in this deeper water over here, it's going to be significant. It's going to be a little bigger than the small bass around here. Historically, that's what this area produces. Ex-President Joe Biden, D. Dix, why don't you elaborate? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm Joe Biden wearing Trump's hat. That makes sense. And then D erases it. So where are you coming from there? I'm going to assume you're a lady, D. Etole French equals stars. I didn't know that. So I'm not pronouncing it correctly, obviously. Etole, eto something like that. All right, I'm gonna go out into the open water and cast back out here to the lily pads. Don't know if you can see the sea of lily pads around me. I'm literally in an ocean of lily pads, a lake of lily pads. What is your personal best? 6, 12 and a quarter. Right over in this local pond / lake by the police department from the shore. It was before I had a kayak, and I was just getting into bass fishing. And I asked some local kids about the lake, and they said, oh, it's all fished out. There's hardly anything in here. And then I caught that 6, 12 and a quarter, and I said, okay. So that was my secret, and I became a regular at that lake. I caught a 5.3. I got pictures, video of it somewhere, and 4+ pounder, and then a 6, 12 and a quarter. That thing was stocked pretty well. 6-pound catfish, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to largemouth bass, and that's what I fish for. I assumed, and that's, but no, I caught what was it, a halibut in San Diego off of a pier when I was a teenager. That was probably 13 pounds or something. The thing was huge, but I mean, saltwater can get gigantic, so depends on personal saltwater bass, personal freshwater. Tristan, where are you? You just started. Very good. Up, there we go. Oh, I was going to say, you get to see me land a fish, but hold on. He took it, but he didn't hook himself. So hold on. I know where he is. See if he's still there. Hold on. All right. See if we can. Now, are you guys familiar with the 5 in Kentucky? Cool. I got a friend in Cynthiana, Kentucky. Have you heard of the 5-minute rule? If you haven't, you're hearing about it. I heard about it, I don't know, about 9 years ago. Somebody did you probably find it on YouTube. It's When a fish strikes your lure and he doesn't hook himself, or you don't hook him, or he's on a bed, for example, and he's laying eggs, and you just happen to stimulate him and she or he strikes at it but doesn't hook itself, it'll take 5 minutes, or give them 5 minutes to return to where they were when they hit it. And you got to be patient and just don't, like I'm doing, don't throw the bait back where you missed him. Just fish elsewhere and let your body clock tell you that 5 minutes has passed, and then go back to that spot. And I'm telling you, I've had more than one instance where that same fish in the same spot will be back. And he'll either strike again, or you'll hook him, but you got to give him 5 minutes. They've done some study about fish that have left their spot and how long it takes to get back. Okay. Okay, let's see here. I'm actually off the spot here now that I realize where I'm at here. Hey, don't forget the thumbs up, Tristan, if you don't mind. The like. And there's Jolanta. Why are these names all so difficult to pronounce? Look at that. Jolanta Waklawek. What the heck? Oh, thanks, young man. I'm going to assume you're a guy. Hold on. I'm using a soft Senko, a soft bait. It's like a June bug. It's like a bluish green with sparkles in it, with a chartreuse tail. Let me show you this thing. It's kind of chartreuses swirled through it. Check that out. You're a boy. Very good. Well, thanks for finding me. Or it finding you, popping up on your recommendation list as you're scrolling through. Okay, here we go. This is where that fish showed its head. So let's see if he's back. Somewhere right around here. Coming up. Come on now. Oop. I'm dragging this worm up and over the top of the lily pads and then just letting it sink. It's only like 2 feet deep, 2.5 feet deep right here. So I'm just letting it fall off the lily pads and letting it sink to the bottom, and then dragging it back up to the top and up and over the lily pads. How much money did you spend for fishing stuff? Well, it was kind of an ongoing purchase there, Tristan. I had these rods and reels. I'm a cheapskate. You know, I'm one of those up for a deal, looking for a deal. Sure, I'd love to own. Well, really, I wouldn't want to own, a rod and reel that costs $500. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. But people do that. You know, they buy the best, and so I'm in for do your research on Google and see what's popular, see what they're using, see what is the deal, and you can spend like, less than $100 for a reel and a rod. You can buy them as a set. You can buy them at Walmart. You can buy them at any sporting goods store. You can buy them online. And so that's kind of, if you're gonna not spend a lot of money, but get something that's gonna work and not break, look at spending $75 for $100 for a rod and a reel. You can do that and get a good set. Less than $100. Whether it's a gift from your mom, your dad, whatever. But I've done that. I think some of these setups are right around that price. And then you can spend $100, $125, $150 for a rod itself, and spend another $100 for a reel. So that's $250. That's more, for me, that's more the expensive side of how much I'm willing to spend. So yeah, $100 you can get a good rod and reel setup, or less, $75. Go with pen, or this ugly stick is a great way to start. The ugly stick, right there. They're cheap, but they're sturdy. And oh yeah, release the line first. They come in different sizes. Yeah, these are the easiest ones. They're the spinning reels, as you can tell. They spin, and they don't backlash. There's no need for a brake, and there's no need for reel tension, and there's that the casting reels have. Don't quote me on it. They've got a brake. They've got a tension, believe, and they've got the drag. And you got to get those things dialed in so that when you cast, you don't end up with a bird's nest, a backlash. Where these spinning reels, you just hold the line, whip it out there as far as you can, and that thing just goes forever. And when it hits the water, it doesn't continue, feeding off the reel as a spinning reel does. I mean, a bait casting reel does. They're harder to learn. I got a 2 and 2, Tristan. I got 2 spinning reels and 2 bait casters behind me. 1 in my hand, 3 of them behind me. All because I've got different lures on each one. And that's just the reason for having multiple rods and reels, is so you don't have to constantly stop and change the bait. I've got a worm on this one, I've got a swim bait on another one, I've got a frog on another one, and I've got a crankbait on another one. And some people have 5 and more. I'm like, okay, you can do that too, but you got to have money, so. And you got to have a place to put them. I've got room for 6 back there in those white tubes, those, fishing. Oh, I don't know if you can see them or not, but they're the rod holders on the milk crate behind me. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I had 5 at one point, and then I don't know, it broke, or the eyes broke, and then I retired it, or the eyes came off or busted, and so now I'm down to 4. The 5th one's in the garage. I can bring it to the tackle shop and have them repair the eyes on it, or put the eyes that have come off or busted off. But I haven't done that. I don't know if I'm going to do that or not, but we'll see. I don't know how to do it myself, so let some of the pros, or supposed professionals, do it for me. Okay. All right, I think I need to move here. Your stepdad uses what, the bait caster? Is that what you're referring to, or is it actual, is there a a reel called a far caster. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, I feel a little bit of rain. Or was that, no, I think it might have been coming from my line, hitting me in the face. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Let's see. I haven't even left the shore. I mean, I paddled out here about 100 yards, stopped, and I've been doing a 360 around me just because I'm here. So. Oh, the one behind me? This one? That's the bait caster, yeah. That's for whatever reason in the past, I went with Daiwa, D-A-I-W-A, and so because of that, I've just stuck with it. Seems to work, seems to be not too expensive, but not too cheap, and now I'm kind of leaning towards Daiwa everywhere I go and every time I shop. Well, I just bought a Daiwa rod. Matter of fact, this is a little more steeper than I normally spend, but that's the Tatula. Let's see, where's the name there? There it is. The Tatula. T-A-T-U-L-A. That's Daiwa. And a Daiwa spinning reel. Japanese, right? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I could recommend Daiwa. Like I said, not too cheap, not too expensive. Right around that $75 to $100 range for a reel. And you can buy a pole for about the same price. Or you could buy if you can find a package, what do they call it? A set or whatever they refer to it as. It'll be even cheaper. Spend like $150 for a rod and a reel. Daiwa, that is. Yeah. Okay, let me paddle out of here. At least paddle out of the lily pads. You see all the lily pads behind me? This whole lake is covered like that. Oh my gosh, I was stuck there. There is open patches of water. I'm heading to one right now. It's like a long strip. It travels down to the dam. There's a dam over here to my left. Small one, not dangerous. It's very calm, just trickles over the edge. And then it goes for about half a mile down to my right. It's an old cranberry bog. The history of this place says. And then they let the streams fill this thing naturally. So it's only 2 feet deep, this whole lake. I'm gonna spin this thing around and show you so you can see how vast this lily pad field is. It's just continuous. I'm in the open patch right now, but there's lily pads all the way down to those trees, all the way down there. Just a giant sea of lily pads. But I was saying all the way down to that end, it's 1 foot, 12 inches. Down there at this footbridge, and then down here at the dam it's about 4 feet, and that's it. You'd be in the middle of the lake, it'll be 1.5 feet, 2 feet deep. You could stand, but the vegetation underneath is another 2 feet deep, so you're in like a bog, a marsh of vegetation at the bottom. So you'd be in 4 feet of, you know, of water, but the ultrasound only picks up, like right now I'm in 3.5 feet of water, but below that is another, looks like 3.5 feet of vegetation. So you'd be in 8 feet of water. Actually, it looks like 5 feet right here. I didn't even realize it was that deep right here. Oh, it's a big hole. It's a big trough going across this right here. Didn't realize that. Right where I'm at. It's going up the bank, and behind me is a trough. All right, bro. Thank you again for subscribing and hitting the like button. I'm not on anytime regular, but just look for the notifications and you'll see when I come on. Tell your dad about the channel. Maybe he'll come on and join you, or your stepdad. All right, young man. See ya. All right, let's get some fish. Let's find these guys. Maybe it's the wrong time of the afternoon as well, but at the same time, doesn't mean they won't bite. Boy, it's pretty right now. Okay.
Anything?
I just started as well. 4 o'clock already. Goodness gracious. All right, let's see. Who's out there? Don't skip. Come back. All right, what's out in the middle of this sea of lily pads? How about right smack in the middle of it all? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. no. what's going on here. Okay, I haven't said anything in like 20 minutes or more. What's going on, guys? What did I miss? It goes down to a hole right here. Didn't even realize. It's like a trough right here. Down to 5 feet. See if I can get over to this open water without... Nope. There's no easy way but to paddle over there, I guess. All right. Well, I'm gonna get on my horse and paddle on over. Or what do you think? Should I fish the hole over there? Or head on over to a shallower, more active, at least lately it's been more active over there. But nothing big over there. The big stuff has been over here. So who's watching? Anybody? Looks like we got one person. Is that my my spouse hanging out there in the background? Honey, are you still there? Let's see. Let's see as I trudge through these lily pads. Tell you what. Looks like we got some shore fishermen over at a footbridge over there on my left side. Let's see, here's the hole. I call it the keyhole. Wonder if there's anything hanging out over here. Shall we try? So I can say I didn't, at least I tried and Didn't miss anything. Anything gigantor. It's like I'm casting into that same spot every time I'm here. I gotta change the batteries in my my action cams here. What's the water temperature? Water temperature is like 66 degrees, or is that the air temperature? Let's see, did it change? Let's see if it's warmer than that. No monsters? Nope, nothing down there. Got a little bit of a wind, so. Anybody come home from work yet? It's 4:40. What do we got? Anybody? Let's see here. Okay. If I hook onto something, I'm dragging. Oh, I got. Find out. Keep an eye on my line here. Okay, I think we're back. What are the fish doing after the spawn? The females swim to deeper water. They look for ledges to rest, somewhere to hunker down and take a break. Which doesn't really apply around here. There's really no sudden changes in depth. It's like a gradual slope from 1 foot to 2 foot. That's it. Except down by the dam, there are some holes and ledges, changes in depth. But it's like it's like random around here. I've been out in the middle of the lake where it's 1.5 feet and hooked into a 4-pound 14 ounce. And I have no idea what he was doing or she was doing out there. I mean, there's no hole or ledge or anything out there. It's all the same. There's points. There's like little, what do you want to call them? Like little bays or cutouts in the shoreline. Are more subtle than they are, you know, obvious land features. There's flats, there's rocky, gravelly sections, there's mud, lots of mud, lots of marsh and bog. That's the whole bottom of this lake. Let's see. I'm just throwing it where I have hit, you know, a population of fish before. So there's really no other reason than that to cast it over here in this direction of the sea of lily pads. Anybody out there? Looks like I got 3 people watching. Who are those 3? Come in, come in. Let's talk. My background is military, emergency medicine, and the Word of God for the last 17 years. It's probably what brought my channel in front of your recommendations. One of those 3 subjects. Anybody? Anybody out there? Looks like we got 2 people watching. Who are they? Let's see. Let me whip this way down the end there. See if I can, not quite far enough. See if I can hit it once and move forward a smidgen here. You know, I got to get across this sea of lily pads. I'm not going to make it with a trolling motor, so I'm going to have to paddle. Just isn't doable here. At least maybe. No, I'm going to have to paddle. You know what? I'm going to go for it. I think the time is what the issue is right now. It's in between those times. The fish aren't coming out to feed until about 6 o'clock. It's only 4:49 right now. So I'm going to Up anchor here, up anchor. Stop the spot lock. Up the motor, store the motor and paddle. Let's see if, nope, I 50% of the time it lines itself. The other 50 I gotta put the paddle in the slot and align the propeller here. And off I go. 6 people, come in guys. There we go. Hell grinder. What's up, brother? I'm assuming you're a guy. Where are you coming from? Talk to me. I got a paddle as opposed to motor across this sea of lily pads to get to some open water here. How's the mic working? It looks like it's still on. I'm assuming it's still good to go. Let's see. You think they're in the shallows? Are they? Where are they? Are they sitting on the bottom, nice and quiet? Four people watching. Who are you? Come in. Don't skip. Probably too late already, but here I see a little denser area of lily pads that kind of forms a line. I'm gonna fish that line here. I haven't seen it before, so I'm gonna hit it. Switzerland. What's up, the outdoor class? The outdoor lass. Ah. Hoorah, bro. Guy's brilliant. Okay. Let's okay. What in the world? All right. Well, I'm in the USA, on the East Coast, about 2 hours south of New York City. Okay, let's see what this produces here. That little line or swath, there's a better word, of lily pads. Okay, hit the stems. Anything underneath? Any fish? I got a wind that's kind of blowing me. Let's drop the motor. Let's see, I'm in, actually I don't have the transducer down, so I don't know how. I'm about 2 feet of water. Only because I know there's nothing around here more than 2 feet. So, oh, there's a fish there. Something active right there in front of me. All right, let's see here. Are you fishing pike? No, there's no pike in this lake. They're the cousins of the pike, the chain pickerel, a smaller version of the pike. But I'm fishing for largemouth bass is the is the goal. Okay, that was a stem. That thing felt like a pole there for a second, but it was my boat drifting and the bait dragging against the stem of the lily pads here. There's 3 species that I know of in here. There's probably more, but I've only caught 3, and that is the largemouth bass, the chain pickerel, and the yellow perch, the eastern yellow perch. See if we can, I haven't got no, I have, a hit. Did I? Yeah, there was one explosion there on the bait, and he didn't sink his teeth into it, or the hook didn't get him. So that was the only thing that I've experienced so far. A couple of blow-ups on the water, out in front of me or to the side, but nothing else. Switzerland, they're illegal because they say that they're invasive. Huh. I wonder what kind of bass they're referring to. The black bass? That's the general name for the different types of bass. Largemouth, bucket mouth, black bass. There's other names not coming to my memory. There's smallmouth bass, that's a different bass, but no smallmouth in this lake. Okay, I think I fished that little outcrop or swath, as I called it, of lily pads. It's like nothing's really rearing its head. It's like the wrong time of the day. It just rained for the last 3 days. Super calm water right now. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, I'm stuck in some lily pads, that's why. Stand by. All right. Okay, I think I'm free. Let's see, we can take a little bit of a ride without too much resistance here. I can avoid the lily pads over here. Well, I'm going to end up over here again. It's a popular line or edge of lily pads that traverses basically almost the entire width of the lake, and it kind of merges into the sea of lily pads over there to my starboard side. But over on this side, it's more separated, and it's a line. It's like a swath of lily pads that goes from the shore on the left side and then goes all the way across the middle of the lake. And along that swath is the activity. I'm actually there now, at least a portion of it. So I'm going to fish to the right, fish to the right, fish to the left, along that swath of lily pads and see what it produces here. What's the weather doing in that part of Switzerland right now? Springtime? It's like, what's the lat long of Switzerland? Give me one moment here. We're on the 46th degree above the equator, if I got that right. So you're more north. Is it cold, Switzerland, right now? It's like, what latitude is it at? Latitude. Let's see. I need to look. Okay, so it's 46 degrees. So it's 46 degrees. So you're north. It's got to be springtime there. And some snow on the north faces of the Alps, right? In some of the couloirs and the gullies on the north side, on the north face. How about glaciers? Any glaciers in the Alps? I would imagine there are. Somewhere. I guess he's not here anymore, but I'll just keep talking kind of to myself till somebody joins me. Okay, let's see if this patch produces something here. This is in the thick of the lily pads here. So that's halfway between the equator and the North Pole. So that's 90 degrees latitude. 90 degrees from the equator to the North Pole. And Switzerland is at like 46. So it's pretty much halfway. So it must be like the same latitude as, I'm gonna guess, like Maine or Nova Scotia. Yeah, it's gotta be somewhere up there. All right, bro, finding joy on this journey. Yes, I am. But right now, super quiet. It's such a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. It's like perfect weather. It's like 70 degrees, 72. Humidity is a little, I don't know, probably 50% because of the rain the last 3 days. But there's no wind. It's just absolutely gorgeous out here. But there's nothing, no activity right now. It's like a ghost town. So I think I need to slow down and change tactics here. I'm not quite sure. Where are you coming from their finding joy. Oh, no kidding. I'm down in Atlantic County, New Jersey. Something should be coming alive here soon. Between 5 and 6 is when it usually starts. I didn't catch that last message there. You're out on the water. That's a win, yes. You know, with all this rain that we had the last, 2 or 3 days, my yard is about 2 feet tall, getting close to that in some areas. It needs to be mowed, but it's really wet. And I got a push mower, and I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna go out there today. I'm gonna go fishing instead. Okay. See if anything down there. What? I removed my location, sorry. Oh, okay, gotcha. Fishing is definitely more fun. Yep. Okay, well, let's see. Let me move over here to the right. Oh, wait a minute. Let's untangle the trolling motor a bit. There we go. And we're gonna surf. Why did I say surf? I'm gonna fish the end of this line of lily pads. Kind of ends, okay, it ends like right in the middle of the lake. This line of lily pads, that is. Swath, I'll call it. You know, I see the 60% rain that they forecasted. It's starting to sprinkle the water a little bit, but I'm not even gonna say it's gonna rain. They said 60% chance, and which tells me it's not going to be a whole lot. Now watch it start dumping. But let's see. Absolutely. Yeah, we were talking about that. Just being out here in the water. So soft, you know, it's that movement that is just so much different than, you know, being on the ground, being on the shore. The sounds, the wind, like you said, it's therapeutic just being out here. Have you ever slept on the water? OMG. The ultimate waterbed. Twice as good as a waterbed. It's just, speaking of therapeutic, it's like another world, letting the water, the movement of the water put you to sleep. Wild. Calm water, that is. Yeah, well, you're not the only one. I mean, a lot of people, you know, suffer from seasickness, myself included. You know, I can deal with it in my own ways, but it'll eventually catch up to me, and scopolamine patches, or basically Benadryl patches, you know, is really helpful if you do it before you go out. There we go. There, see, I just got a fish. Oh, he tried. He came he came out of the lily pads and danced and flopped around on top of the lily pads with my bait, whacking it around with his tail, and then he disappeared and left my bait on top of the lily pad. So okay, we got activity finally. So we know there's life on this lake today. Look like a small bass trying to get his mouth around this bait here. Yeah, well, bank fishing is where I started, and I caught my largest bass here locally. 6 pounds, 12 and a quarter. For New Jersey is, you know, a big bass. If you can catch a 5-pounder, you know, in your lifetime in these parts, that's considered to be an accomplishment. But I caught the largest bass I've caught so far on the bank at a local, they call it a lake, but it's a pond. It's an old hole for brick. I think they must have dredged, what do they use, the mud to make bricks? Anyways, and then they turned it into a local park, and then started stocking it. So it's man-made, and it's fed by fountains, you know, for aeration. They have to, I've been told by the maintenance workers that they've had to introduce carp to the pond because of the grass problem and the stench that it made when it would deteriorate parts of the neighbors, like, or the residences complained about it becoming more of a you know, a nuisance. So they introduced grass carp to eat the grass away, and then that basically ate all the grass away. So then they went and tried to remove them by electrocuting them. They don't kill them, they just stun them, and then they remove them and relocate them. But they didn't get them all, so there's still some grass carp in there. I've caught 2 of them. So it's an ongoing, you know, man-made project. It's fed by groundwater, sewers, you know, sewer pipe, not sewer, but you know, drainage pipes, and groundwater. Yeah, and apparently speaking of like transplanting fish, they were doing some kind of maintenance on the reservoir, the Atlantic City reservoir. According to this maintenance worker I ran into, he gave me the history. And when they did that, they had to displace some fish. They, you know, instead of killing them, they went around with nets. They hired crews, young guys. He was apparently part of this one crew. And they went around netting fish, and then displacing them in various ponds and lakes around the county. This heritage lake / pond was one of them. And he said, after hearing my story, catching that 6, 12 and a quarter, that it was probably the offspring of the bass that they put in there 25 years ago. And that was 10 years ago when he told me this, 2015, 2016. So yeah, sure enough, I ended up catching like I said, a 612 1/4 out of this pond. Okay, well, it's sprinkling. Not enough to quite, speaking of therapy, it's quite therapeutic just to, I can hardly even feel it, but I can see it all around me. Hello and welcome in. Oh, hey there. I'm sorry, Cal Piatti. Kaylee Piatti. Okay. Yeah, like you probably know, even in Pennsylvania, a 5-pound bass is, is like a bucket, something on the bucket. Speaking of bucket mouth, it's a bucket list, is to catch a 5-pound bass. Well, I've caught multiple 5-pound bass out of this lake, and that's no fish story. I've got videos on my playlist, fishing and travel playlist. You can go there and see the 514 I caught right over here by this island. You can see the 5.1 I just recently caught. I caught another 5.1 or 5.3, 414 right here in front of me out in the middle of the lake. I don't know what it was doing out here. There's no cover, nothing out here, but must have been good feeding or something. But yeah, multiple 4-pounders, 5-pounders, and even the local guys and so on have their stories about the 5-pounders out of this pond, out of this lake. So now you know why I keep coming back. And pickerel, is kind of a nuisance, but they're everywhere. And occasionally you'll get depending on the bait you're using, smaller baits, you'll land a yellow perch. Sorry, I didn't realize that you were in Cali. I'm going to call you Cali. Yeah, you'll see a few. I've got a bunch still on a external hard drive that I downloaded off of one laptop, an old laptop. Actually, it was an old YouTube channel. So instead of just getting rid of the videos, I saved them on a hard drive, I downloaded them, and then I'm slowly, little by little, I'll grab one and then put it on this channel. And I just did that just the other day. I ended up doing a screen recording of, was it a screen recording? Oh, no. I had my son downloaded onto his laptop, and then he uploaded it to YouTube for me, to my channel. And it's just me fishing out in the rain. You'll see the short. I'm screaming to my brother, "This is crazy, Lanny!" And I'm in this lake in the middle of a torrential downpour, black skies, thunder, lightning. Oh, there was a fish. He just went after something topwater there. And I end up hooking into a good sized bass on a crankbait. It was so fun. I was getting totally soaked. Well, I was dressed for the occasion, but I was just getting inundated by the storm, and I'm out there fishing. Okay, here's the rain. So it did end up raining. Just nothing, I can't even feel it, but it's everywhere. Here, wait, see if you can see it on the water. If you can see it on the water or not. Probably not, but. It's a very warm very misty, almost kind of rain. It's just like a drizzle. So pretty. Gosh, it's pretty out here right now. Amazing. Amazing planet Earth. Simply amazing. Think about it. We take this for granted. And how blessed we are to be able to live like we live on a planet that is all by itself that we know of, with this ability to support life. Come on. Yeah, I think there was a purpose behind this. Look at the numbers. I was just talking about the numbers recently. When you look at the numbers, as far as the, call it a chance, that this body, heavenly body, supports life so perfectly the way it does, amidst the size of this universe, I mean, what conclusion would you have to come up with? You think it's special? You think there's something special about this body, this heavenly body, when you look at the numbers? Oh, you're welcome. Don't forget the thumbs up if you didn't already. If you want to subscribe, then you'll get the notifications when I'm on again. I'm not on any schedule, but I come on every now and then. Chat about the military, my emergency medical career, and the Word of God. Yeah, we tend to have a good chat about any of those topics. Okay, let's catch something. I've got a theory about the beginning of a rain, and this is actually what was one of the reasons why I decided to come out, is that it had a chance to rain, and here's my theory. Sounds like a good one. And the evidence has supported it, so I'm going to stick with it. Sounds too good to not have something behind it. And that is, when I was younger, my dad we grew up with aquariums in our home. You have one in their house, and he had the freshwater guppies and the swordtails and the different types of freshwater, aquarium fish, along with the plecostomus, those catfish, algae eaters, they're also called, to eat all the algae off the aquarium and the bottom to keep it clean. Anyways, so that was what we grew up with, and my dad, had the fish food and the aerator going, and the bubbles and the whole 9 yards, and he would feed them once a day, and when he'd grab that little jar of fish food, the fish would all of a sudden start gathering, and then as soon as he put the food on top of the water and then kind of put his finger in it, and the fish food would fall through the water, the fish would go crazy and have their dinner, right? We all kind of are familiar with that setting, that visual. So keep that in mind and think about this lake is the aquarium. And there's lily pads all along the top of the lake. There's a sea of lily pad. I don't know if you saw that, but this entire lake is just one giant sea of lily pads. It's just covered in lily pads. And it's got pollen, it's got bugs, it's got dirt, it's got dust, it's got insects, right? Everything that this forest puts on this lake is sitting on the surface of this water, right? Think of that aquarium. And now it's perfectly no rain, and you got all this debris on top of the water, and it starts to rain, and those water droplets start pecking the top of the water. What happens to all that pollen, to those insects, to everything? When those raindrops start to get even harder, it starts to penetrate the surface and everything starts to fall through the water. And what do fish do? They come up off the bottom and they start feeding. At least that's my theory. So I always give myself 1 hour. If of course, the forecast isn't always correct. We all know that. But I use it. And if it says it's going to rain at a certain time, I'll try to get out on the water, which means I got to get everything ready, and moving beforehand, and then get out here so that I'm out here an hour before it starts. Because again, the forecast isn't always right. So it gives me a window, to be out here before and after. And if I can get out here before it rains, and I'm out on the water when it starts to rain, like right now, which the droplets aren't really heavy right now, they're just kind of super light. I've had so much success in the rain by myself, and of course, the reason why I'm by myself, you all can probably figure why I'm out here by myself, because a lot of fishermen don't come out in the rain. They seek cover. And so, like right now, there's not a whole lot of people out. That's only because they're probably just getting home from work. But anyways, you get the gist. There's not as many people out on a torrential rainy day as they are on a bluebird, sunny day on the weekend. And I've been out too many times by myself out in the rain with my rain gear on, just hooking into. I've had some of my best fishing days at the beginning of the rain, specifically at the beginning, when those rain droplets are penetrating the surface and hitting the debris and pushing the debris down into the water. And the topwater activity is amazing. So anyway, you can agree or deny that, but I have personal experience with it, and I still do it to this day. How's that sound? Anybody that heard it? Probably nobody. Okay, I'm gonna fish a little more aggressively here because I know there's activity. I've already experienced it, so I gotta get serious here and try to stop talking and think about what I'm doing here. Make this bait I have they call it a naked swimmer. It's from Bitter's Bait and Tackle in Florida. I found them online. They use hog fat in their mix of this rubber. And this color that I'm using is called Toho. It's a green pumpkin impregnated through or swirled through this blue, or it's almost, it's not June bug, but it's a blue with sparkles in it. And it's got that green pumpkin swirled through it. There's a little bit there in the belly of this guy right there. Anyways, it's a shad tail, swimmer. So the thing swims, through the water. So for those that fish these baits, you're constantly trying to swim the bait and make it look like, you know, a real fish, and then you stop and let it sink, and then you swim it again like it's an injured fish or bait. So I swim it, I stop, let it sink, swim it back up, let it sink, swim it again. I don't do too much, you know, jerking it through the water. Just kind of swim it, swim it, stop it. That's the drill with this swim bait here. And then I got a Senko or a worm, same material, plastic they call it. And then a crankbait, like a KVD crankbait, which is a trick to swim in this water because it's only 1.5 feet deep, 2 feet deep where I'm at right now. So you can't even dive it more than 12 inches before it started hitting, you know, vegetation and getting all stuck with the treble hook. I only got one treble hook on the tail of it, and also a frog, topwater frog. But I use these plastics, the worm and the swim bait, more than anything. Although that KVD, that crankbait, I caught a 5-pound, 3-ounce bass on. It was like a vacuum all of a sudden just sucked this thing. I wasn't even swimming the crankbait. It was just sitting at the edge of the lily pad. And I hadn't even started swimming it yet. It was just floating right at the edge of the lily pad. And all of a sudden, it's like a vacuum came out of nowhere and just sucked it and it disappeared. I was like, should I swing? So I raised my rod tip up to see if that was what I thought it was, and sure enough. But I thought, well, that must be small because I can barely feel him. Well, he was swimming towards me, and when I finally caught up to it, he came alive and created this boil. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've got a monster. I've got that on video. You can see that in my, it's called My Worst Fears Happened. I was in a tournament, an online tournament, when I caught that thing. And I won't spoil the what happened. You'll have to watch it, find out. Ah, cool. So yeah, if you get a chance, look at that, look under the fishing travel playlist and find the video that's, I believe it's titled, My Worst Fears Happened. Okay, nothing over here on the right, but I got 2 hits right over there on my left side. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let's try. Well, there's some big bass out here. I've got this feeling, this vision of them. I'm looking at this one spot. That's where that 414 I caught. In the middle of just out in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know why he was out here, but the others, you know, I've caught under structure or, you know, on the shore, hiding, you know, in their little cubbies and little cutouts. You know, like you know, there's a purpose for them being there on the shore. There's a reason. And matter of fact, that 414, I've got a video on the playlist. That was, the name of that video was Snagged, ? And then I think that's the beginning of the title. Snagged? I thought I was snagged, you know, on the vegetation underneath, the bog that this lake consists of on the bottom. So I was really heaving my rod tip up to get it unstuck, and all of a sudden this bass came out of the murks and launched out of the water on the end of my line, and he just did that tail aerial out of the water. What did I say? I said, oh my gosh, guys, I've got a monster, or something like that. Snagged? I think that's the beginning of the title. Snagged? Okay, nothing there. I'm going to reposition here. Yeah, no problem. Well, let's see here. Let me see if I can get across to the other side of this. Hold on a second. This lily pad little strip here without getting my prop. There's not a whole lot of torque on this trolling motor. It's just a 30-pound trolling motor, and this is a 14-foot tandem kayak, so a lot of weight and a little motor, and so I don't do very well getting through debris and so on. Okay, I'm on the other side of the strip here. Because I have the trolling motor in the front pedal slot, this is a pedal kayak, so I've got two slots, the front and the rear. But a pedal out here in this is a nightmare, as a trolling motor is barely usable because there's so much debris and vegetation and lily pads right now. But anyways, because I have my trolling motor in the pedal slot, it limits me as to how many pound thrust of a trolling motor I can use. And I learned that a 55-pound trolling motor is too big. The body of the motor is too long, and it doesn't raise up and drop down into this pedal slot. It's too small. The slot is too small. So I got to stay 45 pounds and below. So I believe a 45-pound motor is the right size still that will fit in that pedal slot. So I think that's my next purchase. Make sure the body of the motor is the right size, and then pull the trigger to buy a 45-pound. It won't get me any faster per se. It just helps get through these, the vegetation, the lily pads, and gives me more torque. Will maneuver this tank better than a smaller. Finding Joy, you're still here, awesome. Hey, Gabrielle. Hey, young lady. She is from, where are you at again, Gabrielle? You're in Zamboanga City, or Zamboanga del Norte, in the Philippines. Is that right? My memory, get it right there, Gabrielle? She's down in what they call the southern province of the Philippines, Mindanao. Power Plus. I'm in New Jersey, south part of Jersey, Atlantic County. I'm actually at a Stockton College campus. This is actually part of their campus, this lake. Quite a beautiful part of their campus. Where are you at? Did you disappear there, Gabrielle? Oh, that's right. That's your son's name or your daughter's name? And you are Mary Beth. I think I remember. Okay, the rain kind of backed off a little bit. I still can't feel it. Oh, how's my mic working? Is it still working? Yep, mic's still powered on. Let's see. You know, the wind is not present. It's not even moving. It's not even moving my boat. Okay, let me go to a worm. Let me try the Senko and see how that stimulates the population here. Let's see. And the bugs are starting to pick up a little bit. I might have to pull my gaiter up over my mouth here. Let's see. You know, that worm's about to split in half, I noticed, and I didn't fix that. Yeah, it's not too bad. Thought it was worse than that. What time we got? More like 6 o'clock? Up, 5:45. Mary Beth, you're in Zamboanga? Is that correct? Nothing yet, Wolf. Actually, I'm sorry. Yes, there's activity activity, but I haven't caught anything yet. You can hear me okay? Just do a sound check real quick. South. Okay. Gotcha. Zamboanga del Sur. Okay, you can hear me okay. I take it because you answered my question, so. How's everything in Zamboanga del Sur? I know it was really hot a couple of days ago. Come on, let's catch something for you guys. At least so I can show something, right? Very hard to keep a fishing activity active. Bass, largemouth, wolf, and chain pickerel, and there's some eastern yellow perch, but don't catch too many of those. I'm not fishing for them. 5-pounders out of this lake. They're here, multiple 5-pounders. You can see some videos on my fishing travel playlist. Just caught one recently. It's on the playlist. One of the more recent videos. Okay, nothing. It's like, I don't like this spot. The fact that I'm facing the wrong way is kind of bothering me here. Give me a second. Okay. You know what? I'm going to leave this. I've got an inkling to go over to this area the local guys have dubbed the killing fields. And it doesn't, I wouldn't have been unless they had pointed it out, because there's really no telltale, cover or obvious structure, or it's not per se on the shore. It's close to the shore, but it's off the shore, about 50 to 100 feet off the shore. It's out in the middle of just this, looks like a blank area, but it's what's underneath the water. I find out because there's some structure under the water that you can't see. It's kind of just a dark black murk. And there's some beds over here, so they like to bed, but the spawn is over with. But in this area, they dub the killing fields. And so in this area and around it tends to produce activity. So I'm gonna go over there. I got this feeling that they're gathering over here. So I'm gonna just go with it. Gives me a reason to move and do something different. See this? This motor just does not do well in these lily pads. instead of cutting through, it tries to, but then it just gets all hung up in the stems, and it's not powerful enough. The torque isn't high enough to get it unstuck by itself. Look at this. I'm like in a sea of grass right here. Now the grass is growing right to the surface. Now that is probably what is gumming up my motor. But this is like a haven for fish. This is grass. This is that trough of grass that I found a couple of years ago and ended up producing big bass. 3-4 pounders out of this swath of grass that came to the surface. I think I might have found it again. Hold on. You know what? My motor is all choked up with lily pads. So I'm kind of next to the killing field area, and I'm in this grass, so I'm gonna fish this area here. See what is behind me. The grass kind of goes that way, and it goes in front of me. So, see if I can find some hiding bass. Pickerel tend to love this grass too. If I hook into a pickerel, so be it. But yeah, it's cloudy right now. It's completely clouded in. It's been raining the last 2-3 days in a row. So everything's really wet, and the rain stopped, but the cloud cover is like 100%, and it's overcast. Really pretty out right now. Temperature it's like you can hardly feel it. There's a little bit of a breeze right now. There was nothing. But let me see if I can okay, I don't know why. I'm getting drawn over there. I gotta go over there. That's the actual killing field that I'm referring to. And I'm not quite there yet, but I'm gonna go over there now. I'm right next to it, about 50 feet here. See if I can Rylan. Okay, these are the shallows. It gets shallow here. There's actually a sandbar I'll actually bottom out on. I got the navigator up here. Not navigator, the ultrasound here. I've got some stumps marked so I don't run into them here. Hold on a second. I see some old beds over there. They're always there. There's something over here that attracts these bass. There must be some, maybe there's bluegill, and that's why they're over here. They're over here feeding. because the bluegill occupy their beds after they leave. So maybe that's why they're over here. I am, oh yeah, Wolf. This whole area, well, this whole part of New Jersey is weedless. If you don't go weedless, you're going to be screwed. Yeah, you even go weightless, or I use very small 1/16 and 1/8 ounce little bullet weights on top of my swim baits and my worms. The larger the weight, the more hectic it's gonna, the more chaos it causes. It just gets hooked up in all this garbage at the bottom, and you end up pulling up a big old fist size full of of grass or weeds. So you do the Texas rig, weedless, the extra wide gap hook, a 5/0 hook, 4 or 5/0 hook. I'm using a 5. And then a little teeny weight on top of the worm. Actually, I'm using I'm fishing a worm right now. And those things, that setup just glides through this murk. And it, it gives it a little bit of action when it falls a little quicker than, weightless. And it glides up on top of the lily pads really well. It's definitely you learn pretty quickly how to get through this bog of a bottom. And I find I even teach people, don't raise your rod tip when you get hooked up or snagged on something, on the grass or debris, whatever it is. Don't raise your rod tip. Just reel through it. It's like with this amount of debris that's on the bottom of this lake, this old bog, cranberry bog, raising your rod tip just makes it worse. It's like it just gets hung up even worse than it initially is. So I find that the knee-jerk reaction is to raise your rod tip, to get it unstuck. Well, don't raise it. Just stop when you feel the snag and reel through it. And it, whoa, what was that? Hold on. It pulls through it much better, much easier than raising it. Okay, there's a bed right there. Oh, look at that. I actually saw a fish swim right out of that. Although I don't think it's a bass because the spawn is done. It's probably a bluegill, or maybe it was my imagination, but you know what? I gotta put this gator, these little white gnats or whatever they are starting to pelt me in the forehead. Let's see if this helps a little bit. Okay. I do, over here on my left here. I don't know if you can see but the fish finder is almost useless here. The depth is only like 1.5 feet right now. Let me put it back for you. It's a 1.2 feet. My trolling motor is literally the props are sitting on top of the debris underneath me. you know, as you can see, you know, there's only this much of open space above the water, and all this is just murk. You know, it's saying it's, I'm sorry, the depth isn't over here. Yeah, it's only 1.2 feet, but there's 3 feet of, sorry, there's the numbers there. I can just barely see it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 4 feet of, or 3 feet of vegetation under the water. I mean, below the water, the weed line. You know, the transducer is, it's hard to, you know, drag this thing through the weeds or through the lily pads. So I use it more just for my clock, the depth. And then when I have to travel, I put the transducer up because it just drags and creates, you know, drag as I try to get through the debris. Yeah, you know, maybe I just haven't gotten proficient using it, and the transducer I'm using is pretty basic, so it doesn't, you know, it's not a live view, you know, where I'm actually, I said that twice, where I'm actually seeing, you know, under the water. This is sonar, and it's just bouncing off of objects, and so I'm yet to actually be able to say, you know, okay, there's a group of fish, you know, I'm going to fish this spot and catch something. I don't think I've caught anything yet by doing that. You know, out in larger lakes, deeper lakes, you know, maybe I'll find bait fish and or groups of fish. I was just out fishing this last weekend with the organization, and I was in lakes here in New Jersey. I didn't even know they existed. The depth of this one lake, it's a giant hole, is 70 feet up in the northern part of New Jersey. And, you know, I was seeing groups of fish, you know, 20 feet underneath me. But, you know, I wasn't catching anything down 20 feet underneath me, and I really didn't know what I was doing. So I was more fishing the shoreline, what I know, you know, by sight. Looking for structure, stumps, downed trees, debris, etc., etc. Okay, nothing over here. At least nothing obvious. Come on, prove me wrong. Here, you know what? I'm doing more talking than I am fishing. I haven't even fished this killing field, as they call it here. I've only fished one particular area, so I'm going to start fanning from left to right or right to left and see what comes alive, if anything here. Okay, nothing obvious. It's like really, really quiet, like a ghost town over here. Oh, and my bait is ripped in half, so time to change that. I'll show you the little itty bitty weight and bobber stop, you know, that I'm using on the little 1/16 ounce with a little bobber stop, they call it, you know, a little rubber stopper to keep the weight from sliding up the line, with a 5/0 extra wide gap hook. Okay, hold on. For those that don't know, it's called a worm hook. It's got a little L bend in it. You stab whatever the bait at the top, and you stop once you hit the curve of the hook, and you poke the hook through. Slide up all the way through the L, all the way until the L starts to protrude out the side of the bait. See that? And then that makes the hook parallel with the bait, the point parallel. And you mark the end of the hook with your thumb. You see my thumb is right there at the bottom of the hook. Mark the hook, the worm, and then keep the hook in line with the bait, and then stab the point right there at the top of your thumbnail in the middle of the bait, and then poke it all the way through. Some don't, and so it's parallel with the worm on the other side, and then just kind of pull it up and seat the point inside the side of the worm there. See that? At least that's what I do. And that's weedless. The hook isn't exposed, so it doesn't get caught on anything. It does come unhooked over time. So when you bring it in, you check, and if it's exposed like it is right now, just pull it up and seat the point into the worm. See there? So there you go. That's a Texas rig. I guess somebody in Texas invented that. Okay. Yep. Well, yeah, I guess once you learn, you never forget. Especially the knots. You know, the knots that you tie to secure the hook onto the line. And most of my fishing memories were with my brother, my older brother. I got a brother that's 3 years older than I am. And I used to tag along with him down in Southern California. That's where I'm from originally. Don't ask what I'm doing in New Jersey. And we would take the bus down to the beach and fish off the pier. Anybody that's watching that's in that area of the United States, Pacific Beach or Crystal Pier was the name of the pier in Pacific Beach. And then the other pier is Ocean Beach Pier in Ocean Beach, down the coast. There's many more, but that was particularly the two piers. Ocean Beach Pier was the one we fished off of the most. So we'd connect the city buses until we got down to the pier. And so most of my memories were off of the pier fishing. And then my brother introduced me to half-day and full-day boats. You know, you had to have money and spend a half day or a full day out on these guided tours or boats. Saltwater fishing. Oh, there we go. Guys, that was a big bite. Hold on. This is a big fish. Holy moly. You know what? It's not a bass. This is a pickerel. Holy good Lord. Did you see me? Oh my God, it's a pickerel. Yeah, it's a snake. Here we go. Okay, you know what? It's not as big as what it feels like, but dang, dude. Yeah, he's got a big old head. It is a good size. This is a chain pickerel. Gosh, oh my. These things have teeth, so I can't lip it. There we go. I got my, I'm gonna pick them up and show you. I did this last video as well. Oh my gosh. He's a monster. For a pickerel, that is. Look at this. They're slimy too. Look at this guy. Holy moly. There you go. Look at, gosh, dude, you're gonna tear yourself up. Look at that. Look at the teeth on this dude. Look at that. Now my hand is full of slime. But isn't that something? Look at the teeth on that. No wonder. Now, if I said that wasn't fun, I'd be lying. I'm full of slime. But here, let me get him unhooked. So I'm just going to release him here. I'm going to show you here. All I do is just, gosh, look at the size. Look at the size of his teeth. Good Lordy be. Look at that. Goodness gracious. No wonder he was a little heavier than I. There we go. Goodness gracious. Like I said, if I said that wasn't fun, I'd be lying. But I'm after the bass. And these things will hit on anything that I fish for a bass for. It'll hit on a crankbait, the pickerel that is. It'll hit on soft baits, it hits on anything. Jerk baits, frogs, I've had them, I've landed pickerel on frogs. But they tend to cut through the bait, your line, your leader, because of the teeth. Yeah, he lacerated this guy almost, oops, sorry about that, I was talking, but. So I got to tire that worm because he about chopped it in half. That's the teeth. The telltale of a pickerel hitting your bait. If you didn't land him, you can look at the bait and tell, oh, that was definitely a pickerel. Because bass don't, well, can't say bass don't rip bait in half, but they typically don't lacerate, you know, bait like the pickerel do. So. Okay, finally caught one on camera. That was, man, I don't know if you saw me, but the thing was giving me a little ride for, it's like, dude, you definitely got more muscle than the bass do. I'm trying to get my older brother, speaking of my older brother, trying to get him out here from California. And I keep telling him about these pickerel. He's never caught one, and I hadn't either. I didn't even know what they were until I came out here. But it's the same family as the pike, just smaller. Did anybody else get to see that besides Wolf? Right. Yeah, he kind of came from nowhere. I didn't even expect it. I was just reeling it in, and all of a sudden, whoa! You know, like took the rod and repositioned it in my hands. I was like, okay, that was a little bigger than I expected. Okay. So that's a pickerel. Back to the killing fields, see if I can catch a bass here. Starting to sprinkle again, a little bit. Not enough for a jacket. Oh, how's my audio? It's still, yep, still doing good. Still got a blue light, so. All right. Let's go a little further. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to turn around. Hold on. Hold on a sec. Let's see here. Tell you what, I'm tossed here. Should I go further down or further back? Let me try that area right up here. I'll stop at the end here and cast around, and then we'll go back after this. Hold on. Man, that stuff gets stuck so easily. Okay. All right. I was sitting down, wasn't I, when that thing hit? I believe I was. Okay. Stand up here. You know, I didn't bring any munchies. Boy, I could use something right now. Like a big old chocolate milk. Sounds really good right now. Something sweet, and I'm thirsty. I got water, so I'll have to break that out, but let me, let's catch another one first. All right. Okay. Let me go. Let me go this direction. All right, I need to get over there. Hold on. I finally see somebody else on the shore. Okay, stop here. I'm seeing some wake activity right there. Oh my gosh, there's something swimming away. Probably a turtle. Let's see if he, I almost landed on top of its head, whatever it was. All right, let's see. Come on, keep fishing. Let's try to do quantity. Let's see how many casts I can make and just go for, oh, 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 what was that? That was a lily pad, okay. Okay. I guess they call it spot fishing. I'm gonna just aim for a spot. If there's nothing there, I'm gonna reel it in. Gosh, those bugs. Amazing. I don't have my glasses. Glasses would help. The bugs are getting thick. All right, let me, I got this edge here that I'm eyeballing. I'm gonna go over there. It's almost like an imperceptible line, but I'm gonna go and follow it anyways. If I can get through these lily pads. Okay. You know, I think I might be close to this navigation point. Hold on. There, 414. Where is that? Navigate to. Go to. Where is it? Where am I? Stop panning. There it is. See, I'm really close to it. I'm right over there. Hold on a second. Now see, I don't know why a near 5-pound bass would be out in the middle of this murk. You know, it's like, it's overwhelming visually to figure out where do I cast. Everything's the same. Same depth, same lily pads, same for miles. It's not miles, but that's what it looks like. You know what? I'm going to use a swim bait. Swim bait it is. Let's see, how's my audio? Still good. Gabrielle. Oh, that's beyond, sorry, that's beyond the bedside. What are you doing, honey? I did, yeah. I caught a monster pickerel. I got to show to at least one of the guys. Big old teeth, big old head. I'll show you when I get home. What'd you say? You just got done playing Mario? Honey, I am so hungry. Can you bring me some food? Can you bring me some afrittata? The leftover afrittata? Oh, hold on. I think I might be onto something here. Yep. Oh, wait. Oh, it might have been just stuck in the lily pads. Yep. Oh, I almost got fooled. Bring me some rice and afrittata and put some chili on top, some chili powder, and something to drink. A pineapple juice and some ice water, or pineapple juice on top of the ice in the metal cup. Oh my gosh, I am so hungry right now. Jordan, go with him. Come on, both you guys, go on a little trip here to come meet me. Just stay in your pajamas. Jordan will drive. I think I'm going to eat there on the shore when he gets here, and just let him comb the dishes. Okay, let me stop here. Hold on. There we go. I am like on top of weeds. I don't have my depth finder in the water. Transducer, that is. There we go. It's probably about a 1.2 feet where I'm at. I think I spot locked here, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got to catch another one for the camera here. Oh, that didn't go very well. Okay, come on. We got to catch something here. Let me go down here a little bit. Oh, 2.2 feet? Oh, wait, let's stop right here. This is 2.2 feet here? Wow, that's interesting. kind of wandered over the grass. Oh, I'm navigating to the wrong. Hold on. I finally caught something, guys. What do we got? We got a bass. Finally got a bass. There you go. Honey, are you still watching? Little guy. Are you in the kitchen heating stuff up? What's going on, Doc? I'm gonna move. I just caught a little baby bass. I think my son is gonna bring me some dinner. We only live like 2 miles down the road. So I told my wife, and she said she's gonna tell my son. So I think they're gonna spoil me and bring me some dinner. I'll cruise over to the launch over there when I get the phone call, and I'll go ahead and eat when I get there because I'm starving. And I'll just give the dishes back to him and say thanks. I'll make him wait till I'm done. I was telling my wife, why don't you come with him so you all three of us can hang out and just chit chat until I'm done, and then I'm almost done for the evening. Well, I'll be done in about, what time is it right now? It's 7 o'clock. Yeah, about an hour. Sun goes down at 8, early 8 o'clock, so. All right, I can go on motor, but it's gonna end right up here, so might as well just keep paddling. Oh, there's something moving right there. Oh, my neck is stiff. Oh my God. What are you doing, Wolf? Oh, gaming with the buddy. Gotcha. That's not you, Jordan, is it? It's like, wait, my son games as well. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, you got some food also. Oh my gosh, what are you gonna eat? Go ahead, make me feel bad. What are you eating? I've got some Filipino food coming. It's called afritada. It's potato, carrot, chicken, coconut milk, creamy, oh my gulay, and some white rice, some steamed rice. I asked for some chili powder on top to make it spicy. Oh my gosh. The bomb. Okay, there's some little bait fish jumping the surface. That means they're being chased. You know, I've seen those little white fish. They gotta be shad. Oh, he's coming? Oh my gosh. That's my spouse beyond the bedside. Tell him to call me, and I'll just eat when I get there, and I'll eat in the car with him, and then I'll give him the dishes and he can take it home. Why did you delete your comment, honey? It doesn't delete you. It just deletes the comment. All right. Look at this sea of lily pads. Man, oh man. It's not even summertime, and this is in the thick of it. Wow. Okay, wait. Get the transducer up. You didn't delete it? Oh, that's weird. It deleted itself then. I made some chicken in the microwave, topped it with some cheese and lemon pepper. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, either that or sometimes it although it won't say deleted, message deleted, it'll say I don't know, some bot sometimes doesn't allow certain, I don't know, it's sometimes a glitch. Okay, I'm through the lily pads. I'm in open water in front of me. So this is kind of where I started out earlier, 3 hours ago. Okay. Let's see. Put the transducer down, drop the motor, get under power here. Where am I going? You know what? I haven't even fished this spot. Why don't I fish before I just move here? Your phone is charging. YouTube must have it. Oh, that's Wolf. So I gotta pay attention to who's who. So I caught a pickerel, I caught a bass. See if there's anything over here. You know, right to my right here where I'm at, is typically pickerel territory. I always get visions of pickerel over here because that's all I ever catch is pickerel right here. Let's see if it holds to its. Let's see. Oh, let me turn that. But I'm usually fishing the other direction. I'm down there fishing this way, where I'm at now. And there's always pickerel up here. What are you on when you comment, honey? Are you on your phone or you're on your iPad? I would love to try a Filipino dish. Oh yeah, it's homemade. Bro, I'm spoiled. Sinigang, it's like a sweet and sour soup. It's typically tamarind based, you know, the tamarind fruit. but it's a mix already in a package. You know, you put in the broth that makes it that taste, but it's got like the Asian radish, the white radish, what's that called? And cabbage, and usually pork and or beef. And it's like a vegetable soup, but it's sweet and sour. And it's tangy, and it just makes your mouth water. And you eat it, of course, everything's eaten with rice, you know, steamed rice. That's the base. You got a base or a bowl of steamed rice, and you spoon your dish and eat bite by bite. You know, you don't mix it all in the rice. You just put the bite on top of the rice and then eat the rice with the bite. And when you run out of rice, you put more. You eat soup with rice, you eat stews with rice, you eat meat with rice, you eat vegetables with rice, you eat everything with rice. And she makes a killer homemade, it's just like, you know, the old style mom used to make, you know, vegetable soup with potatoes and carrots and beef and green beans and oh my gosh, and it's just got a beautiful beef bouillon broth and corn, you know, quarters of corn floating around in it, and you just sit there with a bowl of that in front of you and a big plate or bowl of rice, and you're just spooning all the broth and the content right on top of the rice and chowing it down, and then grabbing some more and putting more on top of the rice. And oh my gosh, I've been doing lentils lately because of my diet has to be in check, just because I'm getting older, and you know, my body doesn't take care of itself like it did when it was younger. So the prescription from the doc is diet. Watch your diet. Your blood sugar is what was of concern. So he said, you know, it's your diet. Just, I already know how to correct my diet. You know, I was in rock climbing for 30 plus years, and best shape of my life up until I was 53 years old. And, you know, staying lean and mean is that's part of my life, my lifestyle. And so all of a sudden my blood sugar started kind of creeping up high, and the doc noted that, and he's like, you know, how you doing with your exercise and your diet? And I'm like, it's taken a dive since I left San Diego. He said, well, that's your, you know, that's your recommendation. That's your prescription is, you know, watch your diet and just, you know, take care of yourself like you already know how. And I said, okay. So I went to lentils instead of rice, white rice. And I'm yet to see the lab results, but I've been doing that the last, how long, honey? About 4 months now? Something like that? 3 or 4 months? Not as good as rice as far as the satisfaction of the dish, but it definitely is a great substitute. You know, it's a starch, and that's what rice is. So, or I shouldn't say a starch per se. I don't know, is lentil a starch? I guess it has starch in it, but it has, oh, Jordan's here. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. That was my son. I see him right there. I think that's him in the distance. I see a black figure. Hold on. Under the trees, it's got to be him. Who else would it be? It could be somebody else, but I'm going to stay live here until I get over there. Let me kill the motor, see if I lined it up, or it lines itself up. The prop lines itself up 50% of the time. Let's see if I got it this time. Yep, there it is. lined up by itself. There we go. Okay. I've got a pull cord, a 3-to-1 pulley up at the bow. It's like a Z system. Speaking of rock climbing, that's where I got the configuration. The idea was a Z hauling system from rock climbing, but it's a much smaller scale. But I put together the same 3-to-1 pulley up there at the bow, coming back to the trolling motor, so I can control it with this, I'm looking at the wrong camera, this lawnmower handle with a 5mm climbing cord. It's more of a utility, like a haul line, more than it is for climbing. And it runs up the beam or the gunnel of the kayak to the bow, and then goes through the Z pulley system, and then a parachute cord is connected to the trolling motor, so I can raise and lower the trolling motor up in front of me because I'm in a tandem, 14-foot tandem. So I'm sitting in the back seat, and the trolling motor is up there in the front seat. So I can go forward, but it's not practical. You know, I'll end up in the water if I do that too many times. So I put together this pulley system, and it is secured to the hull via an electric latch. And that holds the trolling motor down so it doesn't rise up out of the water. And then I can release it and deploy it with a switch back here in front of me. So it took me a couple years to finally do it and figure it out, but I've worked out the bugs and it's good to go. All right, let me get this transducer out of the water so it goes through these lily pads a little easier. And there he is, he's got the car running. I'm gonna go in the car, I think, and just eat it. Oh no, that isn't a person, that's a tree. It's a big old pine tree. That's the trunk of a pine tree. I thought it was a person standing there. Okay. And oh yes, I'm familiar with a big bowl of grandma beef stew and soups. Yeah. Well, it's exactly. It's the same. You know, they have their own name for it. You know, Filipino Tagalog word for it, but it's the same thing. You know, when she made it, I was like, oh my gosh, my mom used to make this. Oh, and they have another version with the bone marrow. You know, the big beef hock from the hind quarter, like the femur, I guess it would be, of the leg. The marrow, you know, the big hole in the middle, that marrow gets stewed into the beef stew. And they've got another name for that. If it's got a beef, you know, bone with the marrow in it, that's called bulalo. But they have a version of it without the marrow, you know, but it just, you can imagine, you know, that just makes it so savory. Okay, let me, I'm gonna take, I just unplugged the microphone. Can you still hear me okay? Is the mic still legible? I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. Okay, hold on a second. I think it's gonna go without the battery. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, but that is, you know, that's a rainy day weather that just is comfort food, as you know. You know, you just, gosh, can't eat enough of that stuff. So she makes homemade vegetable soup. She makes a chicken stew with coconut milk and curry, and she makes. We're growing the Chinese eggplant, the long, slender eggplant. You barbecue those on an open flame, and then you mash them down with a fork till they're flat, and then you dip them in egg, this egg batter. Hold on, baby. I am so hungry, I have to eat. So I'm gonna hang out here with you. Hold on. I can tell this is Mom's chair, she's so high. Oh my God. Do you mind waiting for a second?
Okay, in your car.
Why, you want to go home and continue your whatever you're doing? Yeah, I know.
Well,
hold on a second. Did you bring any silverware?
I just brought what Mom brought me.
Oh. I wonder if she put any silverware in here. Yep. Okay, good. Am I going to eat on camera? You know what? I think I'll just do this. Tell you what. Jordan's got a plan, so I'm going to go over to my car. And, oh, is this my drink?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I am famished here. Okay, thank you, Jordan. Okay, I've got pineapple juice, pineapple orange, a big old cup of it, and I've got the dish in my plastic bag here in my hand. I'm gonna go sit in my car. Okay, hold on. Oh. That drink just now that I took absorbed like a sponge into my esophagus. It was, I think I'm past the point of being thirsty. Although, you know what? When I got to take this PFD, this life vest off my neck. Hold on a second. When I rock climb, I used to dehydrate myself to the point of dangerous dehydration. Partner and I both would do an entire day, 900 feet of climbing in Southern California, rock formation called Lily Rock or Idlewild, Takich Rock in Idlewild. And it was a big old 900-foot monolith that it was an all-day excursion going up, vertical granite, or near vertical, I should say. And before we finally started approaching it like a serious sport where you take care of yourself, hydrate yourself, etc., preparing beforehand, like athletes do. It was more like no pain, no gain, and if you weren't suffering, you weren't getting the full experience, of the climb. And we used to dehydrate ourselves to the point where our saliva would become literally like 1/8 of an inch of coating just all over your mouth and your throat, and you couldn't even swallow. And you could literally take your finger, this is gonna be gross, but you could take your fingernail and just go along the top of your palate and just scrape off the thick, dried mucus from your mouth. And you're like, what? Why would you do that to yourself? But that's what we used to do. So I'm not nowhere near that stage, but I was thirsty just now. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me just, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this outside. and turn the car on and enjoy some. Oh, I got a new phone stand. I can incorporate that. You see? That's what I bought this thing for. Except it doesn't quite bend. Here, let me slide it over here. It doesn't quite, there we go. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Yeah, gross. Oh, my wife's listening. But yeah, that was literally. I mean, I didn't exaggerate. I remember, I would take my finger and just, and see how bad I was at the end of the climb. Oh my gosh! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Holy moly, honey! There's chili on top. I gotta mix it. Oh, I almost... Bro, if you only could see, this is the chicken, potato, carrot. I found an African chili pepper. Oh. And the steamed rice, see that bowl at the bottom? It's all on top. OMG. So the idea, now see, I've been married to an Asian lady, my second marriage, but an Asian girl before, and so I started eating this way. I had to learn how, because, us Americans don't have a clue. Us white people really don't have a concept of how to eat rice. So I literally had to watch how they eat rice, and they use a spoon, not a fork. I don't know about you, but I was raised with a fork. Spoons were used to eat soup, right? Not in the Asian culture. If they're not using their hands, their fingers, you think, why would they do that if they got a spoon or fork? It's a long story. But anyways, their main utensil is a spoon. And I figured out why, because rice balances on a spoon much better than it does on a fork. Make sense? So you hold the spoon in your right hand, and I know this camera looks like it's my left hand, but it's my right hand. And you hold your fork in your left hand, and you're using your fork to help push things up onto your spoon. You use your fork as like a barrier, and then you use your spoon to push the food or the bite up against the fork so you can get the spoon up and underneath it. And then I once I got that down, I never went back. I've been eating rice for over 40 years. I've been buying and carrying 25 kilo or 12 kilo bags of rice on my shoulder since 1984. That's over how many years? 42 years. So, this is so good. Oh my God. Red potato, well, we're using white potato now, or yellow, but usually it's red potato, carrot, garlic, onion, what did I miss? Do you use any tomato? Yes, I got it right here. Do you use tomato in affrittata? I think you do. as part of the base. Yeah. And the seasoning is an afrittata mix. I'm not so sure what the seasoning consists of, but yeah. Yeah, tomato is used at the beginning, right? When you're cooking down the garlic and the onions. You use onions, right? Don't you? I don't see onions in here, but I thought... Anyways, if you don't, you don't, but... Excuse me. Yeah, so anyways, when I got that technique down, you know, that concept of the spoon being the primary utensil, you know, I was going to town on this food. Vegetables, you know, of all different types that you hadn't seen before or grew up with, like bok choy and the Asian radish. What's that called, honey? The white radish that you use in the sinigang? What's that called again? Oh my gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it. Are you there? I got two people watching. Anyways, I'm just trying to think of like some of the vegetables that I, you know, never... Oh, like the eggplant. I mean, eggplant's not a big, you know, at least it wasn't in my house, you know, growing up. Every once in a while, my mom made eggplant parmesan, I think is what she called it. But the way of eating these different foods was just foreign to me. But once I tried it, I realized, oh my gosh, what have I been missing? You know, I would never have known this dish existed had I not married a Filipino lady or an Asian girl, you know? And to them, I say them, the Asian, you know, eating rice, at least to the Filipino or the Thai, you know, the Southeast Asian, eating rice is like, rice is life. You know, it's part of their life. So to come here and to see people not eat rice is like foreign to them. You know, like, huh? How do they eat it then? Eat what? How do they eat their soup? Well, we eat our soup with a spoon. To eat it with rice doesn't make sense to us. But to them, it's, how else would you eat soup? Uh-oh. What is that? Small splinter of a bone, I think. Anyways, yeah, I never went back. Although we still have American dishes. You know, my wife loves to look at the recipes on YouTube or wherever and get ideas, you know, she makes an incredible Italian food. You know, she makes homemade bread, Filipino style. You know, it's called pandesal. But homemade, you know, she got the recipe off YouTube. Took her a few tries to get the right delicious recipe. But once she found it, we both agreed this is right off the streets of Manila. You know, it's that close, that good. Steak, potatoes, you know, baked vegetables, you know, a baked potato. She loves baked potatoes at restaurants, you know, with all the fixings on it, fully loaded. We eat at the Vietnamese noodle stores, you know, frequently to get their pho, you know, the Vietnamese noodle soup. Yeah, well, spaghetti, you know, we make spaghetti, and she makes pastas, a great baked ziti. I don't even know if anybody's watching or listening anymore. But I'm almost done. Oh my gosh, honey, that was the bomb. Oh, and by the way, that wasn't too much chili. That was perfect. Sorry if I'm making noise here on my microphone. My microphone's right here, and I'm slurping away on my drink. Oh my gosh. Wait, Wolf, did you hear anything before this? I can tell you that story. We met online. We met in a chat room. It was, what year was it, honey? 2000? Yeah, around 2000. And I was living in Tehachapi, California, up in the mountains, about 4,500 feet. Beautiful God's country up there of Bakersfield, up in the Tehachapi Mountains. It's an Indian name. I don't know where you're, I forgot, Wolf, where are you? Are you the one in PA? Or was that somebody else? Oh, you have been. Okay, okay. So anyways, she's here in New Jersey in 2000. Actually, she's been here in New Jersey, honey, she came from the Philippines as a registered nurse. She's got her bachelor's in nursing, BSN. And they have not an exchange program, but a hiring program, at least they did, a hiring agency that liaisons with the United States, and the graduating classes in the Philippines will get, if they have the means to be part of this program, they get on a hiring list basically here in the United States. And once they graduate, then the ball starts rolling, and they start preparing them to come to the United States and start working. So my wife originally arrived, this was before I met her, in, where was it, honey, Tennessee? And then from Tennessee, her sister's in Texas. Her sister was already here. Around 1990, we went through this the other night. 95 or 98? 95, whatever. 95. Yeah, 95. And, oh, you're in Virginia. Okay, okay. Well, we got, her sister's there in Maryland, Laurel, Maryland, just up from Virginia, right next to Virginia. So anyhow, so she's already here. She went from Tennessee to Texas with her sister, and then her aunt, who had been here even longer, United States that is, she's in New Jersey. So then her aunt started saying, hey, I can get you a job. You can work here. Why don't you come here and work, with me? So her aunt brought them meaning her sisters, here to New Jersey. And that's when I ran into her online in a chat room. And like I had mentioned before, I was married once before, and I was kind of in that period of my life, in between period, looking for somebody. And I eventually met her. And I had to make the decision, well, I've already got 2 children, and they're teenagers at the time. Do I want to become a daddy again? Because my wife at the time, never been married, never had any kids. And I was near 40 and she's near 30. We're 10 years apart. And she wants to have kids. So I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. So I was playing the field, basically trying to figure out, so do I marry a lady that already has kids, or do I marry somebody who wants to have kids and become a daddy again? So I kind of just left it in limbo until further notice, to be determined. And so I met one lady, and she had teenagers, and that wasn't the one. And then I met my wife, and she was single. Never married, never had any kids. And so I'm like, well, I don't know, I didn't say this, but I'm not for sure, but let me go meet her. So she actually flew me to New York from San Diego. She's living here in New Jersey, south part of New Jersey. She flies me to New York so I can meet her. I was broke. And I was in between jobs, actually. Wasn't I, honey? No. I was working as a paramedic up in Delano, California. Anyways, the timing was such that she agreed to pay for my ticket, so I didn't complain. So I hop on a plane and I fly to Philadelphia, and I meet her. And then her girlfriend, friends, plural, the 4 of us went to New York City, and we saw Les Miserables, and we did the Statue. We didn't do the Statue of Liberty. We did Tower Number 2 at World Trade Center, September 2000. And who would know, almost exactly a year later, we were in that tower on the 80th floor, looking out of those viewers, those binocular viewers at the Statue of Liberty. And then we went down, we did Central Park, stayed in a hotel, 5th and Broadway. She wined and dined me at 5th and Broadway. We did Chinatown. Her uncle met us, taxied and met him, and then took a taxi to Chinatown and ate some underground restaurant there in New York City. It was the bomb. It was like one of those, you have to know somebody and that knows somebody to find this place. Well, her uncle had the inn and took us to this underground restaurant underneath New York. And it was like we did 4 days, I think? It was like a 4-day trip. We took a bus from here in Atlantic City to New York. It was one of those, I think, tour buses, Anyways, Greyhound bus to New York City, and then they took us back. Or did we have someone pick us up? Whatever. So then I flew home and had to make a decision. So am I going to do this? Because that means I'm going to be a daddy again. And I asked the manager of the apartment that I was renting from at the time, when I was paying my monthly rent. And I asked her, can I talk to you for a second? Like privately? She's like, oh yeah, sure. Close the door, lock the door, screen door to her office. And I told her this story. about meeting her and so on, becoming a daddy, having kids already and married once before. And she says, I have a son about your age. She was like my mom's age, and he's going through the same thing. He was married once before and he met a lady. I'll tell you what I told him. And she said, why don't you date her? For now, it's long distance. And if 2 years from now, the sparks are still there, and the love is still in the air, then marry her. And I'm like, that's a good plan. Well, that way, like I said, I met her in 2000 in New York City. I ended up proposing to her at LAX after flying her from New Jersey to California. I met her when she got off the airplane, and I took her to the restaurant, that flying saucer looking, I don't know if you've ever been to LAX. It's like a big disc that's up on these, it's like a piece of art, these legs, and there's a disc on top, like a flying saucer. There's a restaurant in there. I took her there. And after we had, an exotic dinner and dessert, I got down on my knee and proposed to her and had them bring out the gift. And it was a box. It was a box within a box within a box within a box within a box. Had the waiter and waitresses bring that out to the table, and she unwrapped it right there. And that's when I proposed to her. So we went to the Philippines in 2002, May 2002, and we got married there in her university that she graduated from in the Philippines. 2 years after I met her, just like the manager of the apartment complex suggested. And then we got pregnant before I went to Iraq in 2004. And my son was born a month after I got home from Iraq in April of 2005. He was born in May. A day after my wife's birthday and a day before our anniversary. So it's May 9, 10, 11. Birthday, anniversary. So now my son had just brought me dinner. He's now 21. He was born 2005, May 10, 2005. So that's my story. That's how we met, where we met, how we met, and where we got married. Yeah, our marriage certificate actually is from the Philippines. And I asked the U.S., so is this legit? And they went, oh, of course, and we looked it up, and sure enough, as long as it's a legitimate marriage, by the country that you're getting married in, a marriage is a marriage. So it's recognized. And she didn't know how to cook when I met her. She didn't. None of the girls did. Well, I don't know about none of them, but they were spoiled growing up. They had maids and a mom that cooked for them, but it must have been in their blood or something, because all of them cook. Well, except for Gracia, the youngest. All of them make food and traditional Filipino dishes that they grew up with. Yep. And her uncle cooks, and the whole family cooks. And do I cook? No comment. I can, right, honey? I can, but I don't. Because I'm spoiled. Okay. Enough dinner. I've got about, what time is it now? What time is it? 7:53. Well, you know what I should do? I should just pack up. What do you think? I am about done, so might as well. Yeah, you know what? I might as well. It's 8 o'clock, so let's call it quits. I'm gonna take my PFD here and set it in the passenger seat. Wait, let me put this back in the phone holder. I was gonna go back out, but since it's already 8 o'clock and the sun goes down at 8 something, early 8 something. You know, hey, I'm going to go right into another story. Speaking of May and the sun going down at 8 something. I think I mentioned before I was in the best shape of my life at 53, you know, because of my rock climbing. Yeah, I mentioned it. And I was, how old was I? I was 19, May 19th, 1982. So right around this time of the year in San Diego, California. And, excuse me, I got to open the back here. Hold on. So I can see. This trailer's not long enough to eyeball out the mirrors. And I forgot I got my microphone on so I can talk even if I'm outside. I'm as if I'm speaking into the phone, but I don't need to do that with this microphone. Okay, so let me get the seatbelt off. I don't need that when I'm backing. I was coming home from a rock climbing evening down in Southern California around this time of the year. You know, I was 8:30 when I got down off the mountain, so it was already dark, or 8:45, somewhere closer to probably 9. And I was hungry, so I stopped at a Burger King, and I got a Whopper Jr. meal. I remember. French fries, Whopper Jr., Coke, and I ate there at the restaurant, and then I got in the car. This is like nothing out of the ordinary. You know, it's what I normally, one of the routine, you know, that I would, and I'm going to step outside, but I'm going to talk while I'm out there. So you shouldn't be a break in the story here. Let me make sure I'm not moving here. So anyhow, I finished my Whopper Jr. meal. And then I got in the car. This is in Poway, California. It's a community of San Diego County. Actually, I don't know if it's officially San Diego County, but anyhow, my mom lives there. Not that that has to do with my story, but it's where she lives. And I was just going through the motions. You know, I got in my car and my Datsun 310 hatchback. Went down Poway Road a couple miles to the on-ramp. It's like a circular on-ramp. And then you get on the Interstate 15, going southbound, back down to where I lived. And let's see, at that time I was 19, so I was still living in mom and dad's house. Yeah, mom and dad. And you know, I got onto the interstate doing 60, whatever the speed limit was, in the fast lane. I remember I was in the fast lane. And then you know, it was dark. It was probably closer to 10 o'clock by the time I got done with the Burger King and eating and so on. And I got on the interstate and started heading south. It's about a I don't know, total of 20, 15, 20 miles home. Maybe less. And one of the exits on the way home is Carroll Canyon Road. And there's no center divide between the northbound and southbound lanes of travel. And it's like a 4-lane interstate, both sides. Uh-oh, I hope my fishing poles didn't just hit a branch or something. Anyhow, so I got on I'm traveling on the interstate, and I'm right around Carroll Canyon Road. I had if you're familiar with, they used to be a thing. They're called Winky mirrors, and it's a racing mirror. I don't like that auto mode where it shuts your car off. Anyways, so I had a Winky mirror across the windshield, you know, at the upper part of the windshield, from the full width of your windshield, with those multiple panes of mirrors, like 5 different mirrors, side by side. And let's see here, maybe I can bring this outside, or yeah, maybe I should, so you can at least see something. So I had this Winky mirror, and I'm mentioning that because later I had a memory of looking in my Winky mirror to clear, I don't know, just, you know, going through the motions to look at your traffic behind you. And that was the last memory I had, was looking in this Winky mirror. The next memory I have is waking up with somebody. I'm laying on my back, and somebody's pushing, camera. Somebody's pushing down on my head, my face, and somebody else is holding my hand on my right side. It turned out to be the emergency room doctor. Was stitching up my neck or my face, both. And it was my mother holding my hand on my right side. And I remember, you know, trying to sit up. It's like somebody gets knocked out, you know, the first thing they want to do is try to sit up. And the doc's pushing me back down, trying to calm me down and tell me, you know, who he was and what's going on. And my mother's, I hear my mom's voice now, and I turn and I look at her, and she's like saying the same thing, you know, it's okay, it's okay. And I realized, okay, I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm hurt, but you know, I'm okay, because I know I'm conscious now, I know where I'm at, somewhat. And I laid back down at that point, and then you know, the rest unfolded from there. I ended up being told what happened. A drunk driver in a Ford F-100 stake bed, of course, eventually finding out that he was coming home from work, and he was a welder, and it had welding equipment in the back of the truck. And he had been drinking, I guess, after he got off work, and he was driving home drunk. There's no center divide, I mentioned earlier, between the north and southbound lanes of Interstate 15 at the time. It's just a dirt section, like dirt chaparral, we call it, back in Southern California. And bushes, you know, and just dry dirt. He lost control of his F-100 and came across that dirt median. And there's nothing to stop him, you know, no cables, no wall, nothing. And he ended up in the southbound lanes of travel. And I was the first vehicle he struck. I T-boned him where the cab connects to the bed, and I saw the aftermath of this whole thing. I saw a lot of photos, and I literally bent his frame like almost into an L. And I was doing freeway speed. Come to find out, Highway Patrol did a report, you know, a incident report, and I ended up getting a copy of it through my lawyer. And they had the calculations and all the math based on the skid marks and the length of it, so on and so forth. They had numbers, and they had a minimum speed and a maximum speed before he hit his brakes. And this is without stretching numbers. The numbers were a minimum of 89.1 miles per hour and a maximum of 101.3 before he hit his brakes. And then there was I saw the pictures. There was brake tracks going through the dirt section. And then he went into the southbound lanes, and I hit him head on with my front of my car. I hit my front end to his side, you know, his T-bone, where I said, where the cab meets the bed. So I'm sure it was a giant explosion, and there was a third car involved, and he was unhurt. And I ended up in the middle of a lawsuit for the next 4.5 years, from 1981, did I say? May 19th, 1982 to 1986, plus 86, 87. Survived. My injuries were, I did not have a seatbelt. It was before the seatbelt law. And I went up and over, as I learned. I ended up in emergency medicine, as I mentioned before. So I learned the mechanisms of injury for those accidents are one of two ways, and it's up and over or down and under. You either go up and over the steering wheel or you go down and under the steering wheel. I've seen all the above, and I was a victim of, who would know, you know, I was a victim of up and over. So my chest hit the steering wheel, my sternum, my face hit the windshield. The hood of the car opened opposite. You're familiar, you know, with those Japanese cars where the hood opens from the windshield up. Well, that came through my windshield. My hood came through my windshield. Thank God it didn't decapitate me. But it came through the top of the windshield, caved the windshield in at the top, and the hood was literally sticking through the windshield into the cab. And my face plant was just below that. The star, it was more than a star. I broke my orbit on the left side, the orbital floor. I contused my heart, meaning I bruised my heart. My heart was in a irregular rhythm. It's called bigeminy PVCs. That's premature ventricular contractions. It's when your ventricles, the bottom of your heart, is missing every other beat with a bizarre wide configuration on an EKG monitor. It's called a PVC, a premature ventricular contraction. And bigeminy means bi is two, gemini is every other two. So every other beat was this PVC. We call it bigeminy. And I learned all this after the fact. Who would know that I'd get into emergency medicine? And it wasn't because of that I got into emergency medicine. I was 19. I got into emergency medicine when I was 32. But I learned after the fact, you know, the condition, the injury that I received. What did I do? I lacerated my neck, obviously. I guess I lacerated the external jugular. It's not the artery, it's a vein, but it's a large vein on the outside of your neck. And that's what was squirting all over the ER floor when my mom came in, and she told me about that. She said, it's hard to explain, she says, as a mom, you know, what it's like to see her. But she said, you know, I didn't even see you. I heard you when I walked into the emergency room. I heard your voice. It's like, how do you forget your child's voice? She heard me, whatever I was doing, screaming or whatever. And then she came into the ER, the trauma. It was before there were trauma centers. So there wasn't even a trauma room. But I guess there was blood everywhere and squirting out of my neck, and the doc was stop it and put sutures in it. I opened up my cranium, my skull at the top. Had a pretty, well, I had lacerations all throughout my left side of my face, all this whole area here, and then along the hairline up here. I still got a little lump there that kind of protrudes out of my skin. It's more of a nerve than it is a bone or anything. It's soft tissue. But if I push on it, it's like electrical stimuli shooting through my scalp to this day. Anyways, and some numbness, some residual numbness in my upper palate on my left side of my teeth, right on the upper row of the row of your teeth. I still have numbness kind of up into my cheekbone, bottom of my eye, right up to about the middle of the lip, all along the top of my maxilla, as it's called, the left side. And I ended up in the hospital for 6 days, you know, while they observed me. And that bigeminy condition of my heart, it went away, it resolved itself. That was from the blunt force trauma to my chest, from the steering wheel. Now you know why they have airbags and why they have seatbelts. You know, it prevents those types of things. It prevents orbital floor fractures and contused hearts. And not to mention your life. Let's see, what am I doing here? Sorry if I'm not reading any comments. Actually, I don't see any, but I'm going to keep talking anyways. It makes good shorts after the fact. Opus Clips, OPUS Clips, is a third-party tool that will clip your videos into shorts for a nominal fee, monthly fee. Uh-oh. There we go. So like I was saying, even if nobody's watching, it'll clip this live stream into multiple shorts. And I get to pick and choose from them and post them on YouTube. You know what? I gotta order. Oop, I can't secure that. I gotta keep that off. I gotta order a whatever these things are called. It's like a bungee latch, like a little button peg. I'm missing one on the front right. Yeah, so that was my accident back in May. I said I was going to weave the how I met my wife's story into another story, and then I ended up telling you about my accident back in 1982 when I was 19. Oh, yeah, so 4.5 years later, I ended up settling out of court. It went to court. We were picking a jury, actually. And then the lawyer convinced me to settle out of court for the amount that they were offering, because I asked him how much longer would it be if I pursued, more the policy limit, his insurance policy limit. And he gave me a guesstimate of another 2 years, and I said, I'm done. I said, it's already been 4. I'm not waiting another 2 years of this rat race, trying to, make everybody happy with, it's like you're just gambling with money. And lawyer fees, time, and more letters and more letters, forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they have this much amount of time in order to respond to your letter. So they wait to the very last moment on purpose, because they can, to respond to your letter. So that just takes, it takes 4 months for a letter to get responded to, because that's the statute, I guess. Don't quote me on that, but I'm just giving you an example. So that's what we found, and that's what the lawyer told me. He says, "Oh yeah, they're gonna take it to the very last, how much time they got." And I realized the game after a while, and when he told me it was 2 more years of that, I went, "Nope, I'm done." How much they want? I mean, how much they offering? He told me, and I said, "Sold to the man in the red hat." So I settled. I paid him a third. That's the lawyer fee. I got 66 and a third. He got 33 and a third. And literally took the check from the insurance high-rise in downtown San Diego to the lawyer's office, and he wrote me a check for the remaining balance. And then I had about $17,000 in what are they called? Money spent that hasn't been paid yet. Liens. I had $17,000 in liens to pay off, which was all part of the settlement. It sounds like, whoa, you got ripped. Well, no, that's, the lawyer informs you, okay, here's the numbers, and he shows you, if you get this much, here's what's going to go to me, here's what's going to go towards your medical bills that you still have outstanding, that you still have liens on. It's all part of the settlement, it's that you incorporate all those fees and numbers into the settlement. And that's when I decided, sold to the man in the red hat. So I paid off $17,000 in medical bills still outstanding. And then I took the balance, and my wife and I at the time went to Bangkok, Thailand. She was from Thailand, and she had always wanted to, go home. I'd never been to her, country, and never met her whole family. Mom and Dad were already here in the States, and sister and her brother. But her aunts and uncles and things were all over in Thailand. So I went to Bangkok, Thailand, and we spent 10 grand on that vacation. Money just disappears. It's just numbers. You never see it in cash. You just spend it and it disappears. Bought a house. I didn't pay cash for it. Put a considerable amount down and then made payments. And the rest is history. That was back in 1982, like I said, and then I got married in 1984 to my first wife and had 2 children. My son is 40, he'll be 42 this November, and my daughter is 38 in August. She has 2 children, so I'm a grandfather of 2, a boy and a girl, a 13-year-old boy and a 8-year-old girl. They're down in Florida. My son is in Kansas. He's not married with no children. So, anybody listen? Anybody hear that story? If not now, maybe later, because I'll end up getting clips of this live stream, and I'll probably post it in a short somewhere. I'm sorry if I'm not looking at the screen right now, but let me finish. I'm almost done, and we'll be out of here. I got my everything put away. Oh, I got to put the cushions under the kayak. Oh, there goes the car. Oh my gosh, yes, that was me grunting. That was a little heavier than I remember. Some people put PVC pipe, large 4-inch PVC pipe under their kayaks, rails to slide it up on. Well, I got a flatbed on my trailer. It was already there when I bought it. So I realized I could utilize my trailer, not just for towing my kayak, but for around the house stuff, hauling dirt, packages, items, rental equipment, etc. What trailers can do. But in order to do that, I need to leave the flatbed on it instead of just a bare frame with PVC pipe on it, like some people turn their Harbor Freight 4x8 trailers into. They'd turn it into primarily a trailer for their ski-doo or their kayak or whatever. And I decided just leave the plywood that it came with, and when I need to haul something, take the kayak off the bed, put it in the front yard, and go down to Home Depot or Lowe's and haul my stuff home. And then once I get everything off, put the kayak back on, and so it kind of serves two purposes. Kayak trailer and a hauling trailer. All right, all I got to do is strap it down, I think, and I'm done. The trolling motor can stay on it until I get home. Seats secure. Put the, this is a bicycle. Oh, I'm pointing the camera down like you can see this. The phone's way up there. I'm gonna turn on this bicycle light, and it's quite the trick. It's like 35 bucks, was it? 30 bucks? And it's for the back seat of a bicycle. Well, it's not just a light. This thing is like a full-blown bright flashing light with different modes, like 5 or 6 different modes. And it not only, sorry, I hit the wrong one. It not only flashes like you see, but it automatically senses nighttime. During the daytime, that light isn't on. But what it does do is it senses motion and vibration. So when I hit a bump or I stop, it senses that change in speed. That light will start flashing during the daytime. So to save energy, it automatically shuts off during the day. Now, at night, when it's flashing like you see now, if it doesn't sense motion or vibration for 2 minutes, it'll automatically go into a sleep mode. So it doesn't keep flashing while you're in the Wawa or in the, the gas station market They call them wah-wahs here in New Jersey. It doesn't keep flashing. It will shut off after 2 minutes of no activity or no motion. So then when you take off after you're done with the gas station, that thing resumes and turns back on to the mode that it was in before it stopped. So it's like trick. I was like, whoa. So I use it as a safety light. Here's the other mode, the other high flashing mode. And then click it again. You get like that. And then one more. Steady burning red. And one more time. It's kind of a circular motion. You can see close up. And then one more. It's kind of a star. And I think one more time goes back into the flashing mode. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm going to leave it on. So instead of a red flag, you have an option. You can do a red flag or a flashing light or a red light. Anything that sticks out 3 feet or more, from the back of your vehicle or your trailer. So anyways, yeah, I'm going from one subject to the other, but that's my latest. Oh, I got to put the straps and secure this thing down before I leave here. There we go, put the bow strap on, and there we go. What a deal, huh? Put everything in the back. We're good to go. Yeah, actually, it's what are these? The brand again? Rhino. The Rhino ratchet straps, horizontal across the beams, and then I got one more up here on the roller. I secured it down here. The same didn't come with it. I just put it here to keep the kayak from sliding backwards. I drove to Florida to my daughter's, actually 1,200 plus miles or whatever down to Florida with the kayak behind me, and found out the hard way that these horizontal straps, aren't adequate. I mean, they are, but they don't keep the kayak from sliding rearward over time and vibration. The kayak starts to slip underneath the strap and on these pads that I have underneath. So I realized, okay, this isn't just a strap for hauling boats onto the trailer, which I don't need. I just pull it, as you probably saw, by hand. but I need something to keep the kayak from sliding backwards. So that's why I put this one in, and it just loops right around the front handle and keeps the kayak from sliding backwards. So good to go, huh? Yeah, $350 for this trailer on Facebook Marketplace. And it comes with these custom wood side railings that the guy that sold it, and the rear railing and the front railing. You know, it's all 4 railings all around the whole thing. It boxes in the trailer for, you know, if you need it for hauling. But I don't use those side railings for this because the kayak doesn't work with the kayak on it. So I got them stored in my garage until I ever need them. So good to go. I just figured out a ground issue. You know, I'm no electrician, but you got YouTube and Google and AI now to help you, and thank God. And I finally figured out the issue. It was a ground problem, but I just wasn't privy enough up here. It was above my pay grade to be able to narrow it down so quickly, you know, and it took me 2 days, where it would take an electrician 30 minutes probably. Anyhow, I think I'm on the road, except I need some lights so that you can see me. There we go. As long as I can drive with them. All right, trailer lights. Oh, you know what? I've got my one more thing. Come on, Gary, get it right. You don't normally do it this. But I brought my PFD with me up front, and it doesn't belong up front. It belongs in the back. So I'm gonna stay consistent, or I forget stuff when I don't know about you, but when I step outside of a routine, oh my gosh, the rest is history. Ask my wife, honey, what'd you do with this? And I'm the one that ended up not putting it back where I normally do, and then I'm all out of whack. Can't remember what I did with it. Anyhow, here, one thing is going to lead to the other, like I did with my relationship with my wife to my accident. But when I was in Iraq, the interpreter, we had 2 interpreters working with us, Ali and Safwan. Safwan was an ex-Iraqi pilot, Iraqi Air Force. And there he was, an interpreter for us, carrying around a AK-47 hung around his neck, all chromed out, on every mission that he went on with us. And he told me, because I ended up forgetting things, it was across the base, which was just a 100-yard walk, but I would forget simple stuff. And he told me, he said, MacKay is my last name. He'd go, or he called me Doc, sorry. He'd say, Doc, you need a checklist. And I'd like, what? He says, checklist. And I was like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, that would work. That would sure help. But I never did it. And then I would forget again. Or I'd leave my ammunition, or I would, something would fall off my leg or something, whatever it was. And had I had a checklist, I could go through everything and make sure that I was good to go before I left. And I never did do a checklist. But to this day, right here next to me, is my checklist for when I go fishing. I finally heeded his advice 20 years later, or near 20 years later, to make sure that I remembered everything, because I'm always forgetting my gloves, my battery, my trolling motor battery, because it's charging. You know, I got to charge it every other outing or whatever. And you know, I was forgetting just stupid little stuff, and I was having to have my son drive it to me, just like he did my dinner. And I still do that. But this checklist has been a lifesaver. Here, I'll read off. It's like my hat, my neck gaiter, my sunglasses, my gloves, my phone, my wallet, hook up the trailer lights, DJI batteries, DJI cameras ×2, camera mount, plural, actually chest, that's my chest mount that I got on right now, my flashlight or neck light, fish finder and battery, my DSLR